Okay. Let's make sure everything is up and running. We have an audio check. Video capture. Welcome to Saturday in Space! Let's check the feeds here. Verify that on Twitch that we do have, in fact, a stream.
Guys, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, that needs to get reset, though. Alright, that's up, that's up. Let's roll into the game here. So, to begin this weekend, we're going to begin like last weekend. We're going to attempt a small challenge. That's up, that's up. Yep, audio works, video works, we're good. So, for those of you who were here last week or watched the highlights or the reviews, or I guess I should say the VOD, video on demand, there was a challenge last week by a few streamers who had never played KSP before, apparently, Kerbal Space Program, and they were trying to see who could get to the moon first and land and plant a flag. And I don't have anybody to compete against, so I just ran against the clock. Thought, hey, yeah, how fast can I get to the moon and plant a flag? So I did 1 hour and 1 minute in a few seconds. That includes Kerbal crashing and having to restart the game. So this week they're doing a new challenge, which is all of that, getting to the moon, landing, planting a flag, and returning their Kerbal safely. So I'm going to do the same thing. Why not? Let's see how fast I can do it. Starting over, a career mode. And what are we going to call this one? Mun speed return. Let's set up our flag. Difficulty options. So, no reverting flights, no quick loading, quick saving. Obviously, if the game crashes, it has an autosave somewhere, so we can restart from there like we did last week. The intention this time is that the computer doesn't crash, or the game doesn't crash. The computer is fine, the game doesn't crash, right? Everything else we're leaving on standard, normal stuff. And I guess we should get going here. Let's see, let's pull up our timer. Stopwatch, I guess, should be, right? And so you can see. Hit start. Let's go. See how long it takes. If I can do everything in 1 hour, I think that would be pretty phenomenal, Let's see, we're going to launch our first vessel, gather scientific data from Kerbin. First 2 contracts there. So, yeah, I want to see what we can do with this. Need a parachute. We got to recover our boy Jib. Let's see. Let's just do 2 science, I guess. Heck, let's do 3. I don't know how much we're actually going to get out of this. But yeah. I suppose if I were really in a hurry, I'd be clicking through all this and I would know exactly what I'm doing, but I don't. I know mostly what I'm doing. So, based on my experience last week, I'm just going to do everything as I think of it, hopefully. And I hope that I remember to do the right things at the right times. All the stuff. Contracts. Launch our first vessel. Oh, we should probably do the staging. That was a mistake we made last time. Really messed things up. It's kind of weird. Okay, let's go. Alright, test this in flight and low. What's our apogee gonna look like here? 13 kilometers, 12 kilometers? I think once we get over 12, we're gonna try and get another science reading out of this. Well, we might not hit 12 at 10. Okay. What will we hit? 9.7? Recover or transmit any science. Yes. Oh, also we can time warp. Just want to make sure all the physics and everything works out properly with parachute deployment and landing and stuff. I guess we're landing on the beach. Can we get turned over? Yes. Jeb. EVA report here. Crew report here. Oh, I guess not. Alright, we're gonna recover him. See how much science we got out of this mess. Hopefully as much as possible. 33 science, fantastic. Got some money. Let's get raring to go. General rocketry? No, we want the, we need parts for staging. So, yeah, I'm gonna go with the middle research tree. We got 5.9 there. Let's go look at our contracts. Skip the atmosphere. Splash down. Flee solid booster at the launch site. In flight over Kerbin. Trying to stay focused on things that will be good for making money, but also that are achievable goals. For the test, okay, I'm gonna do test it, splash down at Kerbin. I gotta remember to do that. And then the parachute. Jebediah, good old test pilot. Do we have anything for coupling? We sure do. Oh, we don't want to get rid of it though, because we need to test the engine. We want to make sure that we get enough altitude for the other test for the parachute, because that is altitude of 6,000 to 11,000 meters. We don't need nearly as many goo canisters this time, because it's just going to double up and reduce our science. Oh, we do want thermometers though. Lift off, or launch pad, up in the air, high altitude. We should do one when we're splashed down as well. And that's it for thermometers. Test the T-45 fuel engine. Splashed down. Okay. Here we go. Second launch. 6 minutes 53 into the development program here. Throttle that. Oh, we need to remember to do our staging at the vehicle assembly. Alright, speed is good, altitude coming up shortly. Oh, I forgot to check the temperature down there. Dang it! $6,000 to $11,000. A particular speed. Tested at higher temperature or higher altitude. That's weird. It does shows the check mark even though we're huh. We'll test it here. Not much science. Oh well. Log temperature up here. Fine. And then another one when we splash down. The last one when we splash down, and then we need to test the engine when we splash down. Oh! Wait, what? Wait, what? How did... No. Are you fracking kidding me? Disaster has struck. Seriously? Frack. How did that... That's so annoying. Alright, Valentina, you're gonna try it. Just gotta be more careful. I mean, I guess I could completely start over, but that would kind of be ridiculous. I gotta go with what I got. Nothing. A little bit of science there, that's fine. No! Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Can she bail out? Good grief. So, this is a wreck. I've completely wasted a ton of time with 2 accidents because I couldn't remember to do my staging properly. Among other things. We're going to land on this landing pad pretty hard. Around 9 meters per second. Oh, silly me. Can you guys believe it? I am making mistakes. What? Alright, staging. Engine goes there. I really don't like this. This is gonna hit. We need at least one of these, don't we? Because landing in the water. We're having some disasters, y'all. Having to deal with challenges. Unexpected. Grr. Alright, 3, 2, 1, launch. Oh, we should have picked up another contract. And, yeah. So there's that. Flying over Kerbin Shores. Oh my. That's what happened. The chute didn't fully deploy, and then the physics engine was running too fast. That's how we lost Jeb. That's ridiculous. Oh, what? And we're losing the engine. Because the splashdown's too hard as well. Curses! This is oh, so frustrating. I don't remember it being this hard last time. Do you? Check a staging pop-up window. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Do I want this one? No, I'm gonna go with this one because it gives me additional options there. How you doing tonight? Welcome. Test the flea solid booster at the launch site. Yeah, we'll take that. Solid fuel booster into flight. RT hammer solid fuel booster on suborbital. That's a huge apogee there. I don't want to do that. TD12 escape trajectory. What? No. Wait, we have 2 contracts already? Oh yeah, because we're going to test the stupid fuel. Okay, now that we have drogue chutes and other chutes that we can add on there, that'll make things easier that way. The flea solid rocket booster. Just thinking of the science that I need to do. These altitudes, well, actually, if we leave... No, we're not going to leave the atmosphere yet, so we're going to leave off the goo canister this time. I am going to put... drogue chutes on here. Okay, that's the flea. Test the T-45. Splashdown. The drogue chutes should slow everything down to a safe, recoverable speed. Right? That's what I'm thinking. 17 minutes. Let's go. Staging. I should really do this in the vehicle assembly building, but here we are. Okay, that one's done. Any more temperature readings? Negative, Ghost Rider. What the hecky heck? We're out of fuel anyway. Fine. Okay. Let's do the time warp again. We are descending. Drogue chutes. Main chute. Good grief, what is the safe descent rate? This is still unnerving at almost 9 meters per second. I don't know if the engine's going to survive. If we're going to keep screwing up our splashdown test. We keep screwing it up. We're landing too fast for this. Seriously, y'all. That is really annoying. Alright, fine. More parachutes is what it comes down to. Bigger parachutes. We will escape the atmosphere this time. This is annoying. It really is. The fact that... brother. Okay. I need payload bays for science. Let's do one at like mid-altitude, high altitude, and then once we get into space. So that's confirmed there. Additional parachutes that will deploy. Drogue chutes for re-entry. Yeah, engine staging. What's our part count? 26. get us to orbit just to make sure. There's 30. Sure, why not? This engine here, stage, this engine, drogue chutes, big parachutes. Okay, let's go. It's weird feeling the pressure of the clock. Nervousness, like, am I going to screw this up too? You know, all of those things. Also, barometer, because we've never done that down here. Temperature just in case. Okay, close the doors. Just in case. Alright, go for launch. 3, 2, 1. T-minus 10 seconds to SRB separation. Go for SRB separation. Main engine, ignition. Let's begin our turn. I need another barometer check. Space flight, or air flight, whatever you want to call it at this altitude. And away we go, into outer space. Oh, where are we at on the timer? Stopwatch, 24 minutes. We got a lot to do in the next 36 minutes if we're going to get any of this done in an hour. 54 kilometers. 59, 60. There's 70. That gets us out of the atmosphere. Just to dump fuel and make sure that we have adequate time to do our experiments. What's our altitude here? 50,000? Let's do a check. I don't know if we've done one at this altitude. We may have before. Temperature check. Barometer. Alright, next barometer will be when we pass the threshold to space. Next mystery goo is threshold of space, which is basically now. Pressure data in space. Thermometer in space. Did we get everything? Crew report in space. Review data. Log temperature. Again, just in case. We did not get all of the measurements completed. Okay, at this point, we will deploy drogue chutes. Let's get Get ourselves prepped for re-entry, retrograde. Descending through 50,000. Going fast as we can. Without, you know, wrecking things. Okay, re-entry profile. Getting a little bit off kilter here. Drogue chutes deploying, passing through 4,000 meters. We have good deployment on the drogue chutes. I want all the parachutes I can get. Need to recover this engine. Splash down at Kerbin, which means a respectable. What is this hashtag for? Main throttle. Oh, you can insert numbers now. Yeah, that's right. That update happened. Alright, 5.4 meters per second. So instead of trying to, like, grab the bar here and throttle limit things, you can just type in a number. How fantastic is that? Okay. 5 meters per second. Is that going to be safe? Splashdown. Altitude, speed, velocity. Yes. Oh, heckin' A. About flipping time. Yeah, well, no, that's the space one. Never mind. Nothing there. Okay, fine. Recover. Maybe if I had reserved that experiment for something else. Okay, science, we got one. There's 20 there. Advanced rocketry there. We got 54 remaining, so we can now grab. There's basic science. Not really necessary. I do kind of like this one for, you know, support and stuff like that. I'm surprised we got that much science right now. We're looking pretty. Solid, that's thumper solid booster into flight above. Good grief, you want me to haul that thing into the sky and then ignite it? Escape trajectory. Test the TD-25 decoupler in flight over Kerbin. Test the TT-38K radial decoupler on an escape trajectory out of Kerbin. Really, guys? Alright, we are definitely going to do the orbit Kerbin. TD-25. That's a big one. That's a 2.5 meter. And I don't think we have the rockets for that. Like the construction capability for that sort of thing. Let's see, payload, because we're going to take some science with us. Heat shield, because we're going to have re-entry. from orbit, mind you. Coupling. TD-25. That thing is huge. Pretty sure not even the 18 is too big. Coupling. Engines. Hammers. It's hammer time! Structural. Let's just do the one. Mass 18 tons, it's too big. First orbit. Save that. We have to do our first upgrade to the launch pad. $50,000. Increase our capacity there. Supported parts. I am not going to do that yet. Max active contracts. Track station upgrade. Oh man. That's $150,000. Okay, I can live with that, I guess. That's not happening. We gotta keep our money balanced with, you know, missions and so on, with what's going on here. Okay. Open. What's our parts count? We're at 20 of 30, so let's drop in our science. We only need a couple of these. Maybe a couple of these? One for once we're up in orbit, one just for once we've landed, because we've tested everything in between on the way up there. These will be used in space or something along those lines. Alright, we're at 26 of 30. Let's do some aerodynamics to increase that performance. And now in the past we have used this chute plus drogues to safely recover all of this equipment. $14 meters per second impact. Does it give that information on engines? 7 meters per second. That was the threshold I wasn't paying attention to. Alright, so there it is. This is going to be our first orbit, so booster. Yeah. Okay. Staging. Let's verify we have that confirmed. Boosters, gantry, separation, main engine. Let's drop that in there. MECO. Yeah, MECO, and then that engine there. This, drogue chutes. Play first. Save. Launch. How are we doing on time? 36 minutes, y'all. Yep. Staging. Let's go. We have liftoff. All systems nominal. Rocket has cleared the tower. What's going on with those captions over there? Staging. Whoa, that was a near miss, wasn't it? We are on our way, kids. Going for our first orbit. Passing through 9,500 meters on approach for 10,000. We're through max Q. Go ahead and throttle up to full throttle. T-minus 75 seconds till MECO. Main engine cutoff is our next major event. Let's hold here, 45 degrees. Passing through 21,000 meters. T-minus 30 seconds to MECO. Go ahead and catch up to that inertial indicator. Maximize our thrust and everything else on the rocket. Throttling down for MECO. Let's push over towards the horizon. We have an apogee of 110 kilometers, 108 kilometers to be precise. We'll go for MECO. Let's go ahead and stage this engine and then throttle down. We're going to coast to the apogee, 109 kilometers. Let's go ahead and open the service bay. Prep for science experiments. Let's check the tracking map. Everything's looking good. Apogee in 2 minutes, 12 seconds. 10 seconds. Let's fast forward. We're just going to coast. We're conserving fuel. Okay. T-minus 20 seconds to apogee. Let's go full throttle on the engine. Heading straight for the horizon. Looking for periapsis. 1900 meters per second remaining on the Delta V for this stage. Our trajectory is currently stretching across the surface of the planet, hugging planet Kerbin in a warm embrace. Okay, so once periapsis hits 70 kilometers, we have achieved orbit. We're going to want to throttle down at that point. Let's go ahead and take a look at our spacecraft. Fuel looks good there. Okay, 60 kilometers. Let's throttle up slightly. There is 70. We have achieved the contract. Orbit Kerbin. Okay. Since we're in orbit, let's go ahead and observe the mystery go. Okay, that one's expended. Log temperature. No, whatever. Barometer. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then once we get down to the surface, again, we're going to want to check these items. Wait, I did not mean to do that. Checkbox. Thermometer. Barometer. Yeah, looks good. And let's see how close we can land to the Kerbal Space Center as well. Now, I don't have the advanced tracking and maneuvering capability yet. We haven't unlocked that via science and or money. So we're just going to have to do the time warp manually. Fortunately, at Periapsis we will be at opposition to our original orientation. Really close to retrograde. Excuse me. Basically, let's go ahead and burn that engine. Well, let's burn it once we get over here so we can see how close we can actually get to KSC. We're probably going to be in this neighborhood here. But let's go ahead and bring it down retrograde to yeah, we got plenty of fuel to do this. $80,000 seems good. Well, let's go a little bit more. Let's say 75. Yeah, once we get to the 75 marker, maybe a little bit past that. Depends on how much fuel we got. 1,259 meters per second delta V. We got a lot. We can actually wait till we're practically over the continent for this burn. Alright, let's do the time warp again. Looks like we'll be landing splashdown in the dark. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's get retrograde again. Checking fuel. Lock in the retrograde, full throttle burn. We're coming down, y'all. Splashdown. As close to the Kerbal Space Center as possible. Recover as much of our equipment and funds as we can. Although technically for science we probably should have landed further away. Like on the other side of the planet. Oh well. At this point we have all the technology we need to get to the Mun. We just need the money and to unlock a couple more items. Mission control will allow us to do some advanced planning, or something will. We're gonna have to check that at the Space Center. I'm not remembering right off the top of my head, but we'll see it soon. Currently at 45 minutes. Go ahead and eject the engine. Fuel tank off to the side. We don't really want it following us down, so we're going to give it a bit of a kick that direction. Let's go ahead and close the service bay. We have all the other experiments pinned, so we don't have to open the service bay again at all. Let's go ahead and descend here. Okay, descent looks good. Deploy drogue chutes when safe, which apparently is now. Drop to real time just in case. We don't want to be breaking our parachutes off. Time warping to gain every advantage in terms of time. Watching that altitude. Oh, there goes the engine and the fuel tank. Splashdown. Is that fully deployed? It looks like it is, yeah. How far are we from KSC? Alright, 500 meters, 400, 300, 200, 100. Let's drop to real time for the last few meters. I don't want to screw anything up with this. Alright, good on splashdown. Log pressure data. Log temperature. Nothing there. Observe mystery go. Let's do an EVA. Nothing. Crew report just in case. Nothing. Oh well, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. Do we have anything here that we want to take with us? Some batteries. Nothing there that really comes to mind. And plus we don't even have the science, we're short by 1.7. Explore the Mun. Fantastic. Yeah, that's about the only contract I want. So we have the upgrade to the tracking station, astronaut complex. Kerbals can perform EVAs. Kerbals can place flags. That's important. So for 75 grand, we're going to buy that. Administration building? No. Mission control. Flight planning available. Okay, 75 grand there. Uses $113,842 to get to the Mun and back. So. All we have to do is get to the Mun and return. Which means we don't need any more science at all from here on out. Minimal stuff. Actually, you know what? We are going to do the doubles. Swivel. Watch your head, buddy. Thumpers. Aerodynamics. 'Cause we're going to the Mun, baby. Let's check in with engineering. We're at 22 of 30 parts. Let's drop in a couple of stability enhancers, aka gantries. Do we have any lights yet? Negative, Ghost Rider. Let's add in an antenna just because, you know, raisins. We don't even have landing lights. So we better be very specific. One of these days, Alice, bam, to the moon! Yeah, we're gonna need landing lights one of these days, but not for this run. Yeah, we're not even bothering with any of that. We have drogue chutes, we have that for return. Thermal recovery on the kebab pod is more than sufficient for return from the Mun velocities. Alright, let's check staging. Alright, big SRBs here with the gantries. Main engine. When we stage separation, MECO, upper stage. Separating the booster, orbital, moon landing, return, stage, drogue chutes. To the Mun. And back. Important distinction there. Okay, so... yeah, I'm gonna call that good. Alright, Valentina, here you go. You guys ready for this? We're at 53 minutes. Stage view there, let's pull this up. Stabilization is locked in, we're go for launch in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Rocket has cleared the tower. Hey, there's Minmus. We could go there also. Fly by the Mun. Y'all, we have much more capability than that at the moment. That's a little scary, but there it is. Need the inertial indicator. We are through max Q. Let's go ahead and throttle up to full throttle. Leading the inertial indicator there. Passing through 15,000 meters. $19,000 meters. Got an apogee of 28 kilometers so far and rising. We're going to continue our gravity turn, passing through 23,000 meters. Passing through 35,000 meters. Coming up on a 50-kilometer apogee. T-minus 25 seconds to MECO. T-minus 15 seconds to main engine cutoff. Let's hold that steady there. Preparing for MECO, throttling down. Main engine cutoff in 3, 2, 1, staging. Let's go ahead and ignite that booster. Boosters go. Push towards the horizon. Apogee of 60 kilometers. Full throttle on the booster engine. I should have added another fuel tank. take a look at our okay, we're gonna need, well, let's just burn the rest of this. Stage that engine. Ignite the orbital engine, or the moon engine. And try and do this as gentle as possible so that we don't use as much fuel as... Alright, we're gonna go for a burn at apogee to raise our apoapsis to be as efficient as possible instead of doing it down here. Let's do the time warp. This will be a prograde burn, 37 meters per second of delta V, just to get us that orbit altitude. Just a slight throttle up there. Alright, periapsis of 80,000 meters. Let's set the MUN as our target. Okay, add a maneuver. Stretch out that prograde. Let's look for our intersect. Graphical maneuvering editor. Meters per second. 600,000 meters there. Let's take a look at that trajectory. What does that look like? That puts us there. Back to the graphical maneuvering editor. If we adjust our window, we get a $200,000 meter, not $200,000, 200,000 meter periapsis. Alright, let's do the time warp again. From there we can burn retrograde, get our orbit, and then prep for landing.
Janet! Dr. Scott! Janet! Dad! Rocker!
Ha! There. You like it? Here we go. T-minus 30 seconds to burn. Let's go ahead and line up with that maneuver node. Stability assist. Hold that there, y'all. T-minus 10 seconds to burn. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Alright. T-minus 40 seconds on the burn. I'm gonna go get some tea. Heat up some water. Can't really time warp when you're burning your engines, so it's about the only real-time moment where I can step away to do something. Such as prepare my tea. Okay, T-minus 15 seconds on the maneuver. Let's do the time warp again. (1500 meters per second). I don't like these numbers. I should have added another fuel tank on that upper stage. Oh. These margins are too low. It's too close. Because you see, landing will be fine. Getting back up from orbit. Whoa, 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 whoa! That is not what we planned for, y'all. What the heck? No. There is no way. Good grief. There's like... What? How did this even happen? This is not what I had planned for. This is completely off the flight planning. Yeah, this orbit is absurd. There are so many things we screwed up on this. Yeah, this speed run, completely botched. Can I at least land somewhere where there's light? meters per second. That's gonna go there. I'm gonna go work on my T. I know it's going to stop automatically, so I can step away while that is time warping. Mistakes were made, y'all. Mistakes were made. Can't believe it's taking me this long. It's mostly because of the mistakes that I've made early stage and the loss of Jeb. Yeah. That silly engine test. Testing the engine splashdown. Okay, so here at Periapsis we should be able to burn retrograde. to the surface. Hopefully something down there is going to be flat. 339 on that. We have 1203 remaining. Guess we'll see how that goes, right? I should probably sit down. Alright, beginning the burn. Retrograde 4 landing. Okay, the Mun's going to rotate underneath us, so we're not going to land in that crater. We're going to land next to it. What's our altitude there? 21,000. We have a thrust to weight ratio of 15.14. I'm debating on whether we should even land. I don't think we have the fuel for it, for one. Hey there, yeah, welcome. Alright, and we're down. EVA. EVA report, fantastic. Space, let go. Plant your flag. Then speed, run. How fast can we go? Can you get a surface sample here? No. Alright, fine. Bonk. Wow. Okay, where's our 90? It's over there. Alright guys, well, we're going to attempt to lift off and return home. We only have 418 meters per second delta V. I don't think that's going to happen, personally. Engines at max throttle. I think you need 500 for orbit for the Mun. Yep. Okay, so this is a failure. Start over, shall we? Let's try again. That took an hour and 13 minutes. It took 12 minutes longer for that attempt than last time to land on the moon and plant the flag. So let's reset that. Start new. On speed return 2. So, no reverting flights, no quick loading. Missing crews respawn, I guess it doesn't really matter. We should be able to do it all on one pilot anyhow. Why did that not? Yeah. Alright, we're gonna try this again. Once this loads up the Space Center, I'll press go. So basically the idea is, last week, for those of you that were here, we attempted to get to the Mun as fast as we could, which included landing on the Mun and planting a flag. Now this is based on some other streamers who've never played Kerbal, like they were making the attempt themselves. It took them a couple of days and a lot of help from chat in order to get it done. And I don't have anybody to compete against, so I'm like, hey, let's just race against the clock. So that's what we're doing. Racing against the clock for this. Ground, flight, apogee. Yeah, let's do 3. Also, staging. I need to remember that because, yeah. Raisins. We do not want our parachute deploying at the same time as the engine. Alright, Jeb. Hop on out. Do your EVA report. Crew report. Mystery goo. Stabilization. Let's go. Keep that. We're in flight. Really want to try and land, you know, out in the water. What is our apogee for this particular burn? 9,000. While flying at Kerbin. Well, let's wait till we splash down, because we got the other one. And a splashdown would be nice, not, you know, something else. Like a beach landing. But if we have a beach landing, oh well. Come on, deploy, deploy, slow down, slow down, slow down. There we go. Fantastic. And a water landing. Splashdown. In the water. Capture that. Let's rotate over. I guess we went the wrong direction. Jeb, let's do your EVA report in the water. Crew report in the water. Well, I guess not. That's what we gotta live with. And recover. $37 science, a lot of money. That's fantastic. Let's grab that, grab that. Grab that. In flight, 1,000 to 7,000. Okay. Good fuel in flight. Okay. 1,000 to 8,000 meters. Suborbital flight, TD decoupler and escape trajectory. In flight, that's a high altitude. I guess we'll do this one. Okay, so thermometers. Do we have coupling? We do. Fantastic. What was the requirement again? 1,000 to 8,000? 20 to 160? Whether that'll get us to 1,000. Yeah, let's go with the small one. We're gonna go with the flea. Test the Mark 16 parachute within these altitudes and ranges. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, staging. I need to remember to do that before leaving the vehicle assembly building. I get in a hurry because, you know, I'm fighting against the clock, right? Okay, booster, stage separation engine, stage separation parachute. Okay, fine. That looks good. Let's keep this up here. EVA. 0 science. Alright, we're gonna keep that. Log temperature. Mystery goo. Every little bit counts, right? Stabilization on. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, that's plenty well within what we need. There's 1,000. Okay, test number 1 is complete. I didn't put... Oh, I did. Oh, thank goodness. We could have had another disaster with good old Jeb here. Let's go ahead and stage that. Parachute. Mystery goo. Thermometer. And then one more set once we land. Pin that. Pin that. That's what happened last time, is it was too heavy of a load. Jeb landed at an excessive speed. It was not recoverable. Let's get full deployment of the parachute there. And then let's do the time warp again. And back to real time. Splashdown. Successful. Observe mystery goo. Let's do an EVA. EVA report, more science. Board. Crew report. Keep. Recover vessel. Fantastic. Where are we at time-wise? 9 minutes, 15 seconds so far. 38 science there. Money back, reputation. You know there's a reputation. General rocketry. Got that going on. Mission control. Escape the atmosphere. Flee orbital booster. Weird altitudes. Escape trajectory out of Kerbin. TD-18 decoupler into flight above Kerbin. 0 to 7,000, 320 to 1900. This one's absurd. To get accelerated to that speed before 7,000 meters. It's really nuts, is what it is. Might as well add coupler into flight over Kerbin. Orbit Kerbin. Tracking station. We gotta upgrade that. Okay. New spacecraft. We probably will need thermal protection for this silly thing. Even though we're only going to 70,000. We're still gonna go fast. We're only going to 70,000. Those engines. Fine. Did I do something different this time? Something's different. I feel. Okay, we need all the science we can get here. Hey, hey! Welcome back. Good to see you, buddy. That'll get me to 70, right? Let's add him some aerodynamics just to improve our odds at liftoff here. TNSQ. I have no idea what that is. Escape. Atmo. Launch. I'm trying to see how fast I can get to the moon, land, plant a flag, and return this time. That's the new competition this week that I made up for myself. I mean, I didn't make it up for myself. It's actually based on what the other kids are doing. But I'm not competing with any of them. I'm competing with the clock. Okay, that looks good. Let's go. System 1/4 of real scale. Interesting. That means you have to learn all new numbers in terms of altitudes, velocities, etc. This should be igniting here. Oh, you know what we forgot to do? Bloody hell. Temperature, barometer. We didn't do this at the landing pad. I was in such a hurry to it. Yeah. Okay, that's high altitude. Let's get that on the horizon. 50,000. Let's go ahead and observe the mystery goo. Fantastic. Another round of pressure data. Temperature. And then once we escape the Atmo, we'll do some more. We're not getting orbit on this, but hey. We are getting other things. Lots and lots of science. In space. We'll wait till that one is on the ground. Curry port while in space near Kerbin. Yes. Save that. What does this look like as far as... Okay. Let's go ahead and turn retrograde. Burn off our remaining fuel. Cut that short. Deploy the stage. Is this the one that hasn't been done yet? Yeah, we'll pin that. Close the service bay. We are on re-entry. Wait, we only have one drogue chute? How did I screw that up? Good grief. Alright, well, there it is. He'll survive, Jeb. It'll be okay. That's what everybody says, right? Wait, that... Oh, I deployed both of them. Good grief. Fine. When does this fully deploy? $2,500? The other one fully deploys at 1,000. Or at least it opens up at 1,000. It's not fully deployed until about a few hundred meters after that. Okay, 600 meters and falling. This time we're not losing Jeb. We're not breaking any engines. We're not crashing anything. We're getting a mess of science. Alright, this mission, we're looking at 19 minutes, 20 minutes. Let's get to there. Log pressure data. Fantastic. Jeb, why don't you step outside for a minute? EVA report. Nothing? Really? Crew report. Oh, we did that one in space. Okay, so never mind. Recover vessel. Loading, loading, loading. 110 science out of that. Got a bunch of money back. Nice refund. Research, research. That's all fantastic. Mission control. What do we have active? Orbit Kerbin. Okay, so we're not going to get the MUN yet. TD-25 in flight over Kerbin. Thing is, that's a big decoupler. Suborbital trajectory. That's suborbital. Good grief. That's absurd. 190,000 meters. Solid fuel booster. That's a huge altitude over Kerbin. CD-18 decoupler into flight. This thing here, this is an absurd speed. 320 meters per second. Below 7,000 meters. Those sites, nah. 3 tourists. Safely to their destination and back. Suborbital space flight on Kerbin. Yeah, no. We upgraded that. Mission control. Flight planning available. Yeah, let's take it. At some point we gotta upgrade the other thing too, so that they can do they can step outside and plant a flag. Alright, re-entry. Are we gonna do any science up there? We should. We don't need as much though, because we've already done a couple. Thermal for re-entry. Also, we can drop down this. No, 100%. This amount, let's do, yeah, 60 should be fine. Coupling, T12. Coupling there, engines there. We're going to orbit, y'all. Oh, right. Aerodynamics. We need to upgrade the launch pad. That's going to cost a pretty penny. We'll earn it back shortly. 50,000. There's some stuff I need to do with this launch pad because I forgot to do it last time. Or maybe the time before. I don't remember. One of those times I forgot. Do you remember? Yes. Anyhow. Let's go. EVA, just in case. It wasn't that. Log pressure data? It was probably that. Temperature? Nope. Okay, fine. Close. Stabilization. Achieve orbit. Fantastic. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Burning daylight. This should have been staged down here with... Seriously? That took way too long. I hope that didn't spoil our chances. Now I'm just wasting fuel because I'm not paying attention to the speed. Silly me. Now we can go full throttle. This drogue chutes first. Man. It's amazing what being under a time crunch does to your brain and your organization. Forgetting to do things. Setting up staging properly. Yeah. That's kind of annoying, isn't it? T-minus 30 seconds to Miko. T-minus 20 seconds to main engine cutoff. Throttling down. We have an apogee that is more than acceptable. Let's head to the horizon now. Alright, T-minus 5, throttling down to main engine cutoff. New counter at 3, 2, 1, separation. Ignition of orbital booster, orbital engine. We are going to coast to that apogee. We got that upgrade early, didn't we? Let's time warp to here. We didn't have that last time when we attempted orbit. I hadn't unlocked it at that point. Might be ahead of the curve on this one, gang. Full throttle, main engine. Slight inclination of 0.3 degrees. Going for an equatorial orbit. It's like practically no science there. None there. None there either. That's ridiculous. What's our... Okay, we do have the apogee there behind us. Full throttle once again. Periapsis approaching. Good on Periapsis. Okay, good for orbit. Let's do the time warp again. Apogee of 131,000. Let's go ahead and turn ourselves retrograde. Bring that apogee down. Okay. Kerbal Space Center is there. Now, last time, remember, the money was nice. We're gonna get money recovered no matter what. The closer we are, the more it is. But we also need more science. Well, we don't need much more science. We could probably do with what we've got here. That's fine. Let's do the time warp again. Prep for retrograde re-entry burn and splashdown. Successful orbit. $31 minutes, 50. It was probably actually before that. Yeah, 31 minutes. Let's just round. Add a maneuver. This is nice because we can actually see now when we burn all of that fuel. And we have quite a large amount of fuel remaining. Let's use the graphical maneuver editor. Okay, that's bingo fuel. Let's put her there. Do the time warp again. Oh, we're in the atmosphere. Did we have... science to do? Have we done both the goo modules? Oh no, we have not. We're going to be touching down near the Space Center, so that's not as important there. Go ahead and close up the bay. And start our retrograde burn. Re-entry burn. We have ignited the engine and are preparing to return. Alright, bingo on fuel. In 3, 2, 1. Prep for re-entry. Oh yeah. Let's kick off the engine, fuel tank. Just so that, you know, it doesn't land on top of us or something. Alright, pre-deploy the drogue chutes. They'll go when ready, which is now. Or I guess go when safe is the more appropriate terminology. We gonna get our splashdown? Yeah, looks like it. In the interest of time, we're going to fast forward some stuff. Do some stuff in real time, like deploying parachutes. Letting them fill up at real time. We don't want to break the game. It's been known to happen. Alright. Speeding up and fast forwarding again. Let's get to the water quick. Get down here, we're going to do a couple more, pressure data, log temperature, sciencey type of things. Just in case we want to unlock something else, but we have pretty much everything we need to get to the Mun and back. We just need to set up staging and stuff properly. Disappointing. Also. Yep. Landing this close to Kerbal Space Center, that's kind of to be expected. Just in case. Jeb, step outside for a moment. $51 science funds, 177,000. Do we need anything there? How about there? Eh. Yeah, we literally don't need any of this. We have everything to get to the money back. Kerbals can perform EVAs, place flags. Okay. This is our going to be our Mun launch attempt. We're at T-minus 40 minutes. New spacecraft. Also, just in case, let's check the contracts. Because I forgot to see. I mean, we're at T plus 40 minutes. Sorry. I said that wrong. There's not even a contract to go explore the Mun. Or to go to the Mun. Like we just did orbit. Wow. Aren't you guys nice? We're going with or without you. Coupling. Alright, now let's remember this time we're going to put enough fuel and boosters on here to do this. 2 of these tanks. Oops, we need another decoupler. Oopsie. And yet another decoupler. How are we doing on weights and parts? We're doing fine. All of that. Add in a couple of thumpers. That ain't right. Still not right. What the heck? Oh, for crying out loud, KSP. There's our big long rocket. Mun and back. Save. Parachute, stage separation. Okay, let's do all of our staging stuff. SRB, solid rocket boosters, the thumpers. Gantries, stage separation, main engine. Let's put the main engine with the SRB separation. MECO, upper stage, stage separation. This is actually our translunar. So it's at 721, it puts us at 1900 and change there, which is basically orbit. We'll borrow a little bit from here, but this is also going to get us to the Mun. This is going to be at the Mun and return. Drogue chutes deploy previous to main chute, stage separation. On return, yeah, looks good to me. $12,592 for this rocket. If we screwed up, we got a backup pilot and more money. It's only a $13,000 rocket. No contracts currently. Check staging. Stabilization is on. Everything looks good. We are go for launch in 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Heading to the Mun and back. SRB separation, main engine ignition. A little bit of an in-flight anomaly. Parts banging together there. Coming up on 9,000, 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Max Q, full throttle. Beginning the transition for our gravity turn, passing through 16,000 meters. $18,000 meters, 19,000 meters, and rising. Passing through 24,000 meters. Everything looks good. 25,000 meters. Main engine cut off in T-minus 35 seconds. T-minus 10 seconds to MECO. Throttling down for main engine cutoff. 3, 2, 1. Separation. Booster ignition. Passing through 40,000 meters. Full throttle. Alright, throttling down, 74 kilometers on the Apogee, passing through 50,000 meters. Let's get on over to the horizon here. We're going to coast the rest of the way. We want to conserve, make sure we maximize our energies here. We are going to the Mun after all. Approaching the threshold of space. I do, yeah. It's just right now I'm trying out this little speed challenge. It's actually on my main career mode. We've got a contract for doing it right now. Although we're wrapping up some stuff at Minmus also. Sending rich Kerbals in space, making some more money so that we are sure that we're funded appropriately for such expeditions. Let's check our stage view for that. Alright, we have orbit. Where is the Mun? There it is. Set as target. And now let's set up a maneuver node for intercept with her. Now, what does that look like? 844 meters per second. Can we get there with less? At this time, it appears to be no. Just looking at these numbers for closest approach and the intersect. Here's the thing, this burned us last time when we were setting this up because the projected altitudes and everything were not correct for whatever reason. And right now everything seems to be bugging out again. So that looks like 648 meters per second will get us there. Periapsis is doing really weird things when it starts bending like that. Let's say 550. Why do these numbers keep getting screwed up this way? Strange. Okay. This is burning into my flight time. All of this extra planning. Let's just do that. Trying to figure out optimal orbit. Okay, here we go. So we're going to burn a few hundred meters per second off of this booster engine. Whatever remains, we'll burn the rest with the lunar engine. The space engine. Okay, ignition. We will need to be in spacecraft view to stage this. And then back to the tracking station view to take a look at that. Three, two, one, engine off. Looks like we need to throttle a little bit more to get desired trajectory. Looks good there. Alright, we are on our way to the moon at 55 minutes. All that flight planning I was doing ate up precious time trying to find the optimal path, and then I just ultimately was not finding it. I should have just went with what I should just set it and forget it. Just go. Alright? If it's gonna work, it's gonna work. Okay, periapsis. That'll get us there. That's fine. 318. We have 1800 remaining. That is a notorious capture. Yeah, it probably is. Okay. We're good there. What do we have? 1527 remaining. $117 for that. Okay, get set up for this maneuver. 145 delta V on that. We have 1527 remaining. 3, 2, 1, ignition. It's gonna leave us 1300 and change. All right, now for a landing maneuver. The Mun's going to rotate underneath us, we know this. That's going to adjust that landing parameter there. We have 1,384 meters per second of delta V. We're going to use 375 here, so that'll leave us just over 1,000 to descend, return. We're going to be cutting it close, folks. Running on fumes. Did I put an antenna on this spacecraft at all? Nope, I did not. Unlike the other one we just did. By the way, what does our trajectory look like here? Landing there, huh? Okay. We'll see how that should work. Ignition. Throttle off. All right. Exactly 1,000 meters per second of delta V. Good grief. $71.16, 58.22 liquid fuel. We're at 1 hour. Just use Jeb to push the spacecraft into orbit. Huh, yeah, right? What is our TWR? Thrust to weight ratio is 14.58. Retrograde to the surface. %, 666 meters per second. What? Here we come on descent. 2,500 meters. Jeb was looking good, and now he looks a little worried. Okay, 446. You need a lander with, I think, 2,000 delta V minimum for the Mun. Some of you don't use the lander for anything before deorbit. Yeah, I keep screwing that up. Like, I have gotten this. So last week when we did this, I got this whole thing to orbit 100% fuel. Like, this time and earlier tonight, I had to use part of it to get to the Mun, which is why we're coming up short here. In fact, last week when we did this, on return home, we still had an extra like 200 delta V remaining. I don't know what I'm doing wrong this time around. What I'm doing differently. Might have to go back and review that video. Oh, and then he frickin' tips the rocket over. Alright. Plant the flag. Dumb moon. Okay. Bored. Well, we're done here. So much for that one. That was also an hour and 5 minutes. What am I doing so differently than I did last week? We even had Kerbal crashed last week. We still got to the Mun and landed in an hour and 1 minute. Not sure what's different this time around. No reverts, no quick loading. Can't believe it's taking me 3 tries to do this. Alright, starting over. Launch our first vessel. Gather scientific data. Practice makes perfect, right? Perfect practice makes perfect. Parachute. Engine. Science. Launch flight and water. And staging. I need to get staging done before I leave the vehicle assembly building. Good grief. Okay. Just breathe. Stabilization is on. Engine staging, fix that. Jeb, why don't you EVA for us? Fantastic. Crew report. Fantastic. Goo. Wonderful. Stabilization is on. Go for launch. In flight. This is where things get hairy. It's kind of a heavy rocket. Gotta do this in real time. Otherwise, it blasts right through the floor here, crashes into the water. That was the first thing we did tonight. Oh, contra, mon capitan. Hey there, Epic Sauce. Welcome back. Thanks for the host. How you doing? I can't believe I'm having to do this 3 times now. I failed on the first 2. The second one was pretty fantastic. Like, Jeb's rocket tipped over on the moon. Escape the atmosphere. That'll be coming up. Okay, so, at the launch site, yes. This parachute. Yes, we can do that. But let's do this one at the launch site. Orbiting Kerbin. What? It's ridiculous. Okay. Oh, we need to go do some research. Yeah, save and continue. That way I don't have to rebuild the silly thing over and over. What is the contract again? Just the RT-10 hammer. That's a flea. We need a coupling. Wait, do we have payload? Not yet. Okay, that's fine. We can reduce this to 2. There's the hammer. You know what? Escape the atmosphere, 70,000. What kind of delta V would that look like? I really want to do it that way? We do have some more science. Okay, so let's do 4 of these. We're going to do some at the surface. What does this look like in terms of payload and etc.? We will probably need... I know what we could do. Yeah, let's do it like that. still test the hammer. Just keep its size down. Aerodynamics. Sure, why not? Looks good to me. Do we have drogue chutes yet? No, we do not. Okay, that's fine. Staging, Brad. You gotta remember staging before you leave the vehicle assembly building. Okay, solid rocket boosters. SRB release. We have an engine that needs to go down here. No, it actually needs to go here. And then that's MECO, and then that's the upper stage, and then it release that, and then parachute to come home. Temperature. EVA. Nothing. Okay. We're going to escape the atmosphere, so we should do one more in flight, one more at mid-altitude, one at 70,000. Can we do another mystery go here? 0.7. Let's do one higher up instead of down here. Stabilization is on. Go for launch. Solid rocket booster has been tested. Breach the atmosphere, 70,000 meters. We are moving really heckin' fast right now, y'all. Yee-haw. We're just gonna yeet this straight into orbit, basically. Maybe not straight into orbit, but just really high. Might as well go full throttle. We're through max Q. Oh yeah, we were also going to check temperatures. Mystery goo. That's a nice one. Okay, there's main engine cutoff. Go ahead and stage that. And the next engine. Heckin' ludicrous speed! There's our 70 kilometers. Alright, one more up here. The next one will be once we get out of the Atmo. Same thing with the goo. No, don't. It's just muscle memory, you know, clicking those buttons, hitting those things. Yeah, we almost could have done a frickin' orbital on this one. Almost. Yeah. Yeah. Here it comes. 69.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70,000. We are suborbital, folks. Let's go ahead and take its temperature and observe the mystery goo. Right-clicking the stream to change camera angle. Ah, yeah, right. Alright, let's go ahead and turn retrograde. I still want to try and learn as close to the KSC as possible. Get as much money back from these rocket parts as we can. Oh my, look at that. I mean, that's borderline like powered landing at this point. 7.2 thrust to weight ratio. Let's go ahead and do this. Oh. Retrograde burn. Okay, we're good there. Engine is exhausted. Bingo fuel. Let's go ahead and turn and jettison the fuel tank and the engine. You know, just kick it off to the side. You know, far enough away that we don't have to worry about it landing on top of us. Jeb, did you do a crew report? Apparently not. That was at 20,000. We should do additional crew reports at 50,000 and 70,000. Yeah. So there's that. Sorry for banging the mic there. Board games, nice. What did you play? Slow it down there, Jeb. Alright. And full deployment at 400 meters. That was cutting it close. I haven't played any board games since, I don't know, about a year and a half ago. I really need to get back into that. I have a group of people that we keep meaning to get together and doing that. We just haven't. Life happens, you know? I agree, that sort of thing does make you happy, doesn't it? Okay, Jeb has splashed down. Let's go ahead and get that EVA accomplished. Fantastic work on the science there, and crew report. Oh, we already have one because we did the one at 20,000 meters, right? Recover vessel. First was Azul, second was Battle Lines. I've never heard of either one of those, so... You know it's a good game when you need to buy it, right? Alright, 77 science there. Funds, 253. So we'll do our research, unlock that. Unlock that. Just shy. Orbit Kerbin. Well, that's nice that we finally got that. Suborbital trajectory. I don't want to do that suborbital. Test acid flight. 3,000 to 11,000. 110 to 260. Test the LVT-45 swivel liquid fuel engine at the launch site. Yeah. Oops. I meant to right-click that. Traction station upgrade required. Okay. Oof. I want the extra contract. 75,000, that leaves me with 50,000. Max active contracts. So then I can grab this parachute one. Alright fam, going to orbit. Payload. We're adding a service bay to put stuff in to protect it. Yeah, go into orbit. We probably only need the 3. Barometric stuff, though, we need like 4 of those, because we haven't done one on the ground yet. Drogue chutes for recovery. Thermal heat shield to protect the service bay. Let's cut the weight down on that fatty. Payload coupling. Fuel tanks. Engines. Did we? Hang on. Did we not do our research? What am I missing here? Oh, we're just shy. That's right. Because this is what I wanted, the larger fuel tank and this engine. Alright, that's fine. Hold up. No, we want the gimbaling. Hammer time! Yeah, we gotta upgrade this silly... We might not have money for this. Because this is gonna cost us 50 grand. Okay. Back to the AB, we're gonna have to reduce this. Still overweight? 18.490 tons. Seriously? Kill me, Smalls. We can do 3 of these. That puts us over on our power count. Alright, only 2 temperature sensors. We'll be flush again with cash after this. And Brad forgot staging again. Tabletop RPG, nice. Okay, SRBs, stage separation, main engine. Miko, upper booster. Looks like everything turned out okay. I got lucky. I need to remember to deploy the Mark 16. Okay. Orbit's pretty straightforward. Okay, let's go. I feel like it took them a long time to fall down there. Just me? Okay, coming up on 10,000. Alright, let's go full throttle. Oh, I was supposed to fire that engine. Oh, it lift off. Also, I was supposed to do a whole heckin' lot of science. Boy, guys, I am just blowing it tonight. Yep. What are we at, by the way? 25 minutes. We're so not getting to orbit. Next time. We're going to stack as much of these things as we can. I know it's diminishing returns after a certain point, but I just need to get it done. Okay, if anything, if we can pull off the parachute, I guess. I'll deploy the drogue chutes at like 13, maybe 12,000. That'll slow us down below the 11,000, get us below the 260 meters per second. Then we can deploy the main chute, the MK16. Speaking of time, what's time warp? Alright, we are below 11,000. Now we just need to get our airspeed down. There it is. Technically we have until 3,000 meters, so... Looks like a good splashdown. Drogues are fully deployed. Up next is the main chute. Opening up. And then full deployment. Let's do the time warp again. $100 meters. Okay, real time for splashdown. Jeb's gonna do an EVA. Everybody's gonna be happy. We're gonna get a bunch of science. He's not gonna get a bunch of science. How about your crew report? Well, it was. Okay. Let's do our research, unlock important items that we need. Which is basically the stuff, advanced rocketry. Oh, we got $90,000 now. Test the fleet, solid rocket booster, orbiting Kerbin, decoupler into a suborbital trajectory over Kerbin. That's an absurd altitude. Test the heat shield, 0.65 in flight over Kerbin. Really? Suborbital flight. We could probably do this one. The TD-18 decoupler. 80,000 to 90,000. That'd be our upper stage as we prepare for orbit. It still has to be suborbital though, so we gotta make sure that we watch that carefully. We need a launch pad that can handle that. Larger. What's the one? Is the astronaut complex? Yeah, so we need 75 grand for that. Alright, y'all. Wait, seriously? You want me to test the TD-18 decoupler at that altitude? Okay, fine. We'll stick it on there. Aerodynamics. How's our science package doing? We're at over 33. Alright, so we're getting rid of those. 30 parts. We're pretty much, this is it. probably don't need. Yeah, 3 is probably fine. Just trying to keep our costs down. We got some stuff we got to deal with. Solid rocket boosters. Hold up, we have an engine test. We got to run. We'll turn it off after we ignite it. That's for Miko. Okay. It's the upper stage. Drogue chutes. Launch. Oh. Okay. Stabilization. Throttling down that swivel engine. We don't want to burn up too much fuel here at the bottom. We want to save as much as we can for upstairs. Alright, test complete. Fantastic. Bits and pieces, just blowing them all up. It's a squirrely little rocket. Must be that ginormous decoupler stuck in the middle of it. Gravity turn, get that rolling. Pitching, turning. I guess we're on the 90 degree. That would be turning. Passing through 45,000 meters. There's 80 kilometers for our test. Let's push this over a little bit more. We don't want to exceed 90 kilometers. Now, would we? One minute 35 seconds to apogee. Alright, as we pass through 80,000, let's make sure that we're on the horizon. Main engine cutoff. Stage separation. Test complete. Yowzer! That was an in-flight anomaly there. Time for the orbital stage. We'll push negative about 5 degrees on the horizon, just to help with creation of that periapsis. We still have 1800 meters per second of delta V remaining, so we'll be good there. We're already at 1900 meters per second, 2000 meters per second. Periapsis forming. We have orbit. Let's do science. Mr. Goo is so picky. Cannot disembark while not on the surface of the planet. Yeah, we understand. That's fine. Everything's fine. Pin these science experiments over here. Whatever we end up doing with those. Close those service bay doors. Okay, everything complete. That was 40 minutes. I'm gonna set up for deorbit burn here, see if we can't get some more science. Although we do need the money for parts. Well, we're gonna get a bunch of money from these completed assignments, so yeah. Go for it, Jeb. Deorbit splashdown on this side of the planet. Hopefully all of our instrumentation, scientific gear will get us some more data on this side. In this ocean, which is different from your ocean that you grew up next to. In theory, right? At the Kerbal Space Center. Deorbit burn complete. Jettison the engine and tank. Nice descent. Wiggle waggle with parachutes. Alright, so that descent's gonna continue. I get some more hot water for my tea. It's gonna take a few seconds so I can spare some time to do that. And real time for splashdown. Look at that. Other side of the planet. New data. Jeb, why don't you hop on out? Do an EVA. Nothing. Really? You think you get in one ocean, there are like all the rest of the oceans? They are different, you know? Opposite sides of the planet. $76 science and some money. These parts. We need to upgrade the launch pad. We need to upgrade this so they can do EVAs and place flags. Carbon. TD-12 decoupler into space. Test the REL-10 Poodle liquid fuel engine at the launch site. It's only $5,000. Skipper liquid fuel engine. Wait, what? That's a big honkin' engine. Anyhow. We have everything we need to go. $310 in a vacuum. What is this one? $320. This produces more thrust in a vacuum, but also more at sea level. Why? There we go. It's like, why is it not telling me my delta V? Oh, I need a coupling decoupler. Why does that thing seem like a monster, excessively large engine? That was weird. Need stabilization for these boosters. There was some torquing going on, I noticed last time. How many parts is that? That's 20 to 30. This will get everything up there. It's not on there straight, however. Come on, guys. Wait, what the hecky heck? There we go. But now... Oh, no, that's fine. These guys were not on straight after that adjustment. Alright, let's see how this goes. This should do it. We added some more fuel. We are at nearly max parts, 28. Kind of feel like we should put more boosters, you know? More boosters. To help with liftoff. Utilizes max parts, gives us maximum lift at the bottom of the well. Maximum delta V. I just want to make sure that we get up to where we need to go with as much fuel in space as possible. So yeah, moon or bust. Here we go. No more contracts. No more silliness there. Stabilization is on. We go for launch. See you later, Jebediah. Catch you on the flip side. SRB separation. Our second set of SRBs will be coming up in T-minus 10 seconds. Go for separation. Full throttle on the main engine. Thanks for your well wishes. Okay. Big, long rocket, lots of fuel, going fast, and faster, and faster. Thrust to weight ratio is 1.14 and rising. Fuel tanks are emptying. Speed is increasing. Passing through 35,000 meters. T-minus 60 seconds to main engine cutoff. We are speeding up nice and quickly, passing 1,000 meters per second. T-minus 30 seconds to MECO. $50,000 meters and climbing. 20 seconds to MECO. T-minus 10 seconds to main engine cutoff. Throttling down, main engine cutoff. Separation, booster is ignited. Throttling down on the booster as we approach the apogee. Still stretching out there ahead of us. Go ahead and get alignment for prograde. Let's coast for a bit. Save that fuel. For the mun burn. Coast again. All right, we have an apogee. There's the mun, set as target, add maneuver. Periapsis, graphical maneuver editor. That looks good, we'll go for that. Warp tube maneuver. I don't want to think too much into these things. We're at 59 minutes, 50 seconds. We're still below this threshold of space. Here comes 70,000. Into space we go. Let's do the time warp again. Excuse me. We had 23-second burn. We have all the fuel we need on this booster. What do you know? Going to the moon with a little extra. (854 meters per second). We have 937 available. So we're going to be able to use some of this for the retrograde burn when we get to the Mun. T-minus 10 seconds on maneuver. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine off. 80 meters per second of delta V remaining in the fuel tanks. Fumes, essentially. However, we're going to the moon, folks. A little bit behind schedule. About 5 minutes behind. We're currently at 102.5 as we enter the Mun's gravity well. Alright, add maneuver, retrograde. .8 meters per second of delta V for that maneuver. That's just fine. Let's get retrograde. And time warp to that maneuver. T-minus 50 seconds to maneuver. We're going to speed that up. I don't want to wait 50 seconds. And ignition. Well, we got a stage. Three, two, one. Engine off. Alright, periapsis, let's bring that to 300,000 actually. There we go, 297, looks good to me. Alright, 2,288 meters per second of delta V remaining on this spacecraft. Plenty well enough to land, return to orbit, and return home. So now, at this highly efficient maneuver of the periapsis, we're going to burn retrograde. And then I guess we'll see where the moon actually is in terms of like flat terrain to land on when we get there. But we're going to do the time warp again. Four, three, two, one. Engine off. was like, where is my spacecraft? Why is it not here yet? It's supposed to be, you know, time warping. Okay, so that looks like it might land in that doodad. Yeah, that's the idea, is to get it here as quickly as possible with as little as possible. And then of course bring it home. So that's why there's still parachutes on here. When I did this last time, there were no parachutes on the lander, because there wasn't like a requirement to bring Jeb home. This time there is. Oh boy, yeah. Alright, ignition on the retrograde. T-minus 15 seconds remaining on the burn. It's just an engine, a fuel tank, command module, and some parachutes. Minimalist. Very, very minimalist. Okay, we're gonna land. It's gonna be tight. There's not a very good clear. Well, I guess we could kind of pull it over this direction. I don't know. Meters per second on that. The anti-normal. Just so we don't land in a crater. Right. Altitude currently 70,000 meters and falling. Okay, so the moon's going to rotate. That's the edge of the crater. By the time we get down there, the edge will have moved. Well, for you guys, that direction. Alright. Get situated on the retrograde. Track for surface. Here we go. I'm going to use this warp maneuver instead of the other one, because that gets us in trouble a lot. Yeah, look, it's a nice clear area starting to show up on the doodad there. Let's pull up the radar altimeter. Okay, so that's that big crater. I'm kind of having a hard time figuring out. I guess that one there. Thrust to weight ratio is 11.95 currently. 26,000 meters and falling. 1,674 meters per second of delta V remaining. Alright, let's cut the engine to 50%. 1,400 meters per second of delta V remaining. 4,600 meters and falling. 155 meters per second. Thrust to weight ratio is now at 6.38, excuse me. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the kilonewton output, because we cut it in half. Should be 60, but hold steady. That's not very flat. I do not like that. If Jeb gets out, this is gonna tip over. This hill is not very ideal. That was hype. I kind of want to go. Where can we go? Quickly, easily, and flat. I'm thinking right over here, but if we go up... Oh, look at that shot. We need a space view of that, don't we? Promotional photos for the space program. I'm thinking I want to fly over there. And land again. Don't do that. Oh, bloody hell. These trick flips, Jeb? Not happy. Frack. Come on, guys. Come on. I'm pressing my luck with this. 1,000 meters per second delta V. Okay, please tell me this is flat. Okay, if I turn off stabilization with a rocket, no. That's the problem. That is the problem. It's gonna tip over if he gets out. Oh, brother. Is it flatter over here? I think it is. Yeah, like right here. Good grief. Okay. Now we're done. Now we're flat. Buddy, you don't even know the stress you put me through. That ended up being a minute 14 because of ground maneuvers. I'm on landing and time to return. Well, let's get the mouse out of the picture. Promotional screenshots, right? Oh wait, did he do his he didn't do an EVA report. Just because. Crew report, surface of the Mun, let's go. Okay, where's 90 degrees? That's to the left. Here we go, fam. Alright, we're at 5.3 kilometers. I'm just going to go straight for the horizon. Give me orbit. 500 meters per second. Delta V. We have 700 and change left. Our apogee. Oh, yeah. Skimming the surface, y'all. Periapsis. Okay, that was at 50% engine throttle, by the way. Let's ratchet that back up to 100. We have 333 meters per second of delta V to get home. Let's go! Okay, we need to raise this periapsis because there's some ridge lines in the way. Let's get over here to the apogee. We're just going to do a small burn to raise periapsis, and then we're going to use all remaining energy to get home. Even if we have to aero brake, whatever, we're getting home. That's periapsis of 11 kilometers. This is our victory music. We're back in orbit. We're going to adjust our orbit 5 meters per second. That means 328 meters per second of delta V remains to get us home safely. Yes. The hero, Jebediah Carmen. That should have been prograde. Oops. My bad. Alright, there it is. Tracking station. Let's get to the flip side. So, for the free return, so to speak, kind of orbit maneuver, we're just going to extend the apogee behind us. Behind the travel of the Mun. That will get us a really nice return. It's peaking there. $1.651 million meters. Now we're just going to add some more on the prograde. Let's do 240 meters per second. That'll leave us roughly 90 meters per second of delta V. We'll be at apogee. We can use the rest of that to bring the PE down, the periapsis. Yeah, we're golden at this point. No, 60 meters per second of delta V. Yeah, that's fine. At this altitude, we can easily bring down that PE with 60 meters per second of delta V. The biggest part is escaping the Mun and getting this ideal return trajectory. Prograde, get on the maneuver there. Alright, Jeb, you're coming home. Ignition, 7-second burn. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine off. Shows a periapse 743 meters. Excuse me, 743 kilometers. We have 67 meters per second of delta V remaining. Let's do the time warp again. Make sure that we are retrograde for this burn. Good capture. We are now in orbit of Kerbin. Alright, retrograde. Let's just apply a little bit of throttle here, bring that periapsis down. Oh, please. No! He's stuck in orbit, guys. Failed the mission. Wait a second. No, he's not. He can EVA. However, there's nobody in the ship to control it, so it is tumbling. How do I get him square on to push? I wish I could push on the engine. That's the biggest, flattest part. You know what I mean? Wait, if he's holding, can he hold on the ladder and thrust? I guess not. There's our engine. There you go. Push, buddy. Push, 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 push. You make sure he doesn't run out of fuel. $257. I've never done anything like this before. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cool your jets, buddy. I keep hitting the wrong buttons, thinking they're different buttons for different controls. Nope. Oh, brother. Did we even move? Yeah, 5,000 meters. Okay. Let's get this retrograde. If I can just get him back there without bumping into the silly thing. And then push on the engine. That's what I need you to do, buddy. Push on that engine. Maybe even with your head. I don't know how we're gonna do this. It's like docking, right? Small, easy maneuvers. Where are we at? 250. That dropped us another 2,000. And then you go and you lose your command pod, your spacecraft, out amongst the field of stars. Because you didn't think to put any other lights on it. Nope, you didn't even have any other technology to do that. There's just the light in the command module and the white reflection of the fuel tank. I wish this thing would stay locked in this position when he exited, you know? Okay. Nope. Okay, so we're just killing time at this point. I failed the trial 3 times now. This is the closest we've gotten to coming home. Huh, he's got stabilization, he just can't seem to wrestle this thing back into its, just push the rocket, please. Alright, what did that maneuver get us? 242,000. So we've managed to drop 15,000 meters. Our timer is way off at this point. I mean, we're at over an hour and a half. I imagine if we had taken an orbit and done this burn at the AP, we might have been able to bring this down to a reasonable periapsis that would give us a aerobraking maneuver, but we haven't been able to do that. We were not able to do that. And good old Jeb here, getting out the push. Filling up his monopropellant tanks on his jetpack repeatedly. He's just not going to be able to do what we need him to do. I mean, eventually, in time, he could. It's just how many hours are we going to spend with this ridiculousness? That only got us, like, barely 1,000 meters. Oh, brother. Well, hey. I guess we didn't really need all that anyway, right? It's extra mass. That we're pushing. If we can push a smaller mass, we're going to have a greater effect on it. It's also easier to lose. And then, yeah, having that slip out from your grasp. Command module, out of control. Grab on, buddy. Took a while to download, huh? Bonk. What am I? Lost in space. How about you? Let's see. Bonk. Whoa! You get yourself right there, buddy. Crazy physics of bouncing off of another object floating in space. Wow, that was quite the zoom. I need to sit down for this. It's getting a little exhausting. You know what I'm saying? There's all that maneuvering on the surface burned up our extra fuel. If we had found a flatter space to land to begin with, that would have saved us another couple hundred Delta V. We could have easily gotten home. That's what it comes down to. Got him down to 209. Well, so long. Thanks for all the fish. It's 1 o'clock. I'm feeling kind of tired. We failed this attempt 3 times tonight. I can't believe that. Back to the drawing board. I mean, everything should work. I need to look at my VOD, the video on demand from last week. Like, how did I get there? What did I get down to the surface with? Because I ended up bringing him home. There's some aero braking involved, I do seem to recall. This rocket worked. It would have been just fine. Okay, yep, let's call it a night, guys. Appreciate you stopping by, hanging out, watching my attempts. I can't believe I failed this 3 times. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. See ya. More Kerbal Space Program. You guys have a good night.